All right. I'm still playing Tales of Arise. I'm still playing Tales of Arise. Yep. There we go. Still playing Tales of Arise, baby. This game is good, it's fucking great, it's fucking great, it's so fucking great, I love it. I love this game. Okay. There we go, let's go. Alright, here we go. So with last time we were here, we what? Oh yeah, we had to find a spaceship to head to Leganicus. No. We're gonna head up there to space, baby! Woo! Let's see if I can kill the man this time. I have to. I'm level 40 something.
You can tell it's tough just looking at it.
Yeah, it'd probably mess us up good.
Nope, I'm not ready. Oh, I'm ready. Fuck, you know, I'm ready. Fight me, bitch. P43, I'm ready. One level above mine.
Right, here goes! I can carve through armor! My turn!
Reload!
I'm not done!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
All mine! Eat dirt!
For the weak point.
Flaming meteor! Vacuum blade!
Raging storm!
Try this!
Healing Tiger blade! Here's another!
Dragon swarm!
Puddle!
Try
Right
this.
after the... I'm out of ammo!
Oh, fuck, oh, fuck.
Thanks, Kisara!
What the fuck?
Flame of fury! This one's mine! Ground and pearl! Arrow
Take this! Take this! It's on! Dragon swarm!
Lunar corruption!
Try this.
Vaguely darkness! Lunar blast!
Explosive ring! Eat dirt!
Tiger blade! Annihilation!
Take this!
Inferno!
Dragon swarm!
Gemini aqua!
Double demon fang!
Let me help.
You're mine! Strike! Now, while it's
There we
freezing!
go.
Take it down!
Try this!
Astral energy!
Explosive ring! I'll smash you!
Hurricane by the power of this one's mine! Raging
Here I come.
cascade!
Strike!
Here's the healing magic! Air thrust! Light astral!
It's weak to something. What is the weak to? I have no idea.
This one's mine! Freeze Lancer!
Here I come! Dragon swarm! Try this!
Raging! Here's our healing art!
Dragon
Here!
Okay, okay. It's weak to air.
Aid!
Wind!
Thunder field!
Freezing denied!
There we go.
Here I come!
This one's mine.
Rising Phoenix!
Lunar corruption.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Perfect boom. Gemini
Here
awkward.
I come!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth.
Swallow
Holy
blade.
Blade. Heal you all.
Wind!
Holy
Here I
Land.
come!
Healing circle. Foot.
I owe you one.
Mine.
Into the shadows.
Try harder! Now! Here I come! Rising
Maximal
Falcon!
burst. Lightning orb. Law.
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Annihilation. Mega Wind astral
Severing
energy.
wind.
Aqua.
Now you see what I can do! This one's all
Illuminate
mine!
the dark. Come
Trigger
forth.
blade.
Flame. Flame of fury.
You picked the wrong
Holy
fight!
Land. Burning.
Take this.
Reinforcements.
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring! My turn! You're mine!
Going in.
Dragon Swarm!
Far enough.
It's
Boom,
weakened.
there we go.
And now!
Inferno crossing.
Try this!
Here, more
Explosive ring!
Switch crossing. Hurricane.
Dragon Swarm!
Piercing roar.
Explosive!
Ray!
Their arcs were interrupted.
You going? Going in. Raging
Anything in
storm.
armor is all mine.
Here's a healing arc. Tunnel.
Try harder!
Glacial
My
spear.
turn!
Here's the evil.
This one's mine.
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Here, let go.
This is looking good!
This one's mine.
Illuminate the dark. Lunar
Can't
blast.
get out of
Going
this!
in. Hunting
Here,
level.
let me help.
Ready to go.
Here I come!
Hurricane strike.
Dragon
Color
Swarm!
guard. Lightning orb. Raging cascade.
Time to let it rip!
Far enough.
Take this!
This one's mine.
It's over!
Healing circle. Magic is there.
Try this!
I owe you one for that.
Explosive ring!
Diamond meteor.
Holy land.
Anything in armor.
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky.
Right.
Tiger blade.
Still anyone's fight.
Mega ray.
On guard.
Wind!
Hurricane strike.
Take this!
Lunar
Rising!
corruption.
It's on!
Watch them.
Eat dirt!
Annihilate dirt.
Try harder!
Here,
Not a
let me.
chance! Take this!
Flaming
I'm not
meteor.
done.
Here, let me help.
Rising!
Easier.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Your arms here like I never miss.
Nothing gets by me.
Severing wind! You're
I'm
mine!
ready to go.
It's over!
Lightning orb. Raging
Try
cascade.
harder! You're mine!
Healing circle.
Wind!
All right. Let me at him.
Rising! Try harder!
I owe you
Not a
one.
chance!
How about this?
Light astral.
Take this. Time to
I'm not
try.
fighting! Carve through armor! In a bind? It's over!
Flaming meteor.
My turn! No
I'll
escape!
heal you all.
Hurricane Crush! Searing Gale!
Flawless flight.
Make it rain.
Kisara!
Nice.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Easy.
That was a little close for comfort.
So it came to my attention that there's a side quest that involves it gives at the end of it a book
Everyone okay?
for Rinwell. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Hey, I did it. It took me a couple of months, but I did it.
Yeah!
In game.
What? Right. Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah!
Oh, no. Hey. It was Mencia. It was over at the palace. I have to get here.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Did you used to... here when you were...
I'm good right here.
Gotta break through! You're mine! You picked the wrong fight! Strike! Great! My turn! This one's gonna be tough! You're finished! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Megasonic Thrust! Pierce! We did it! Here I...
What the fuck? It hit me.
Dragon Swarm! Explosive Ring! Its defenses are down! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! No escape! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade! Infernal Chaos! You're mine! No escape! We're not taking! Dragon Swarm! Damn! Release him! You're mine! Here I come! Fall back! You're mine! Engage! We did it! Double Demon Fang! Win! Take this! Rising Falcon!
Easy battle, baby. Easy. Void Flash. Oh, I had another one. AC over limit. Oh, faster AG. Oh my god, it has a lot of good skills there. I'm gonna do all of this.
Let's dispose of the trash. Huh. Huh. I never miss.
I missed.
This is it. Sighted. Huh.
What does Burning Strike does?
Hear me, Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! This is it! Sighted. I'm only getting started. This one's mine. I never miss. Sighted. It's over. Searing Flame! Gravitas Field! Annihilation! This is it! Here I go. Who wants to die next? Annihilation! This one's mine.
Nice. Oh, gonna be that. What was it? Oh, fuck. What was it again? Oh, fuck.
Will help. Light astral energy. Raging. Whatever you do, just stay away from the spores. Sweet dreams.
Oh my god, they can feel so
Holy
hard.
Lance. Raging storm.
Okay, that has to be. Oh, okay.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Ah, that's my skill, baby.
Dance in the wind. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging storm. Vanquish darkness. Vanquish darkness. Vanquish darkness. Divine streak. Raging cascades. Spread. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Not on my watch. Raging cascades. Spread. Now here goes. Vanquish darkness. Divine streak. Raging cascades. Spread. Not on my watch.
Ah, 10 apples. Yes. Unbeatable mage. That's a charge card. Ah.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. I'm on it.
Okay, let's see. I'm hurricane.
Serpent Knuckle! I'm on it. Eagle! Bet that shell's hiding something tasty. Talon Hurricane!
Oh, I'm paralyzed. Atomic punch.
Ready and raring! I'll tear you apart! I'll smash you! I'm just getting started! Ha! I'll run you through! I'm on it! Dust to dust! Whirlwind snap! Savage roar! Eat this! You're done! Talon hurricane! Too slow! Too slow! Bastard! Come and get it! Surfing number! Talon hurricane! It's go time! Armor won't save you!
My shield?
First strike! You're done!
We're not finished!
I'm on a roll now! I'm on it! Savage roar!
Hoorah. I'm saving the best for last.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. I'll face you. Now it's my turn. I'll face you. Simian pest. I shall seal you where you stand. Elusive deity. Elusive deity. Begin. I'll face you. Begin. Ha! Do you require a hand? Tornado drive. On your knees. Air pressure! A scream bathed in blood, rending you a bloody howling! All in order, nothing will hold me back. I'll face you. Tempest! Ha! Tempest! Begin! You're mine! Tempest! Take this! Tempest! I'll face you! Does it hurt? Rending you apart! Bloody howling! Tempest! Can you take it? Does it hurt? Tempest! No further! Tornado drive! My reach is even wider! Can you take it? All in order. You're mine! Air pressure! How anticlimactic. Can you take it?
slow. Dazzling spin. Tiger blade. Dazzling spin. Water snake wake. How about this? Dazzling spin. Water snake wake. How about this? Glacial fire. Dazzling spin. All right, it's down. Aw, too shy to come over? Here, let me help. Dazzling spin. The power of light. I'm ready to go. Dazzling spin. No chance. How about this? Water snake wake. On guard. Plenty got you. Dazzling spin. Water snake wake. Glacial nooch. You're up. Switch to offense. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
All right. Ah, fuck, I forgot about this one. I can fire faster. Here it is, tail prevention. Let's do a group battle. I'm already here. Let's do the novice one.
Hey!
Oh, what's the move? Server win? What does server win? Wait.
in armor is all mine!
Water Snake, wait!
Tiger Blade!
Inferno Blade!
Inferno turret!
Freeze Lancer! Are those arms even natural?
What? What's the... Oh, a counterattack. Okay, that's a counterattack.
Desperate Spin!
Illuminate
Tiger
Blade! Struck! There!
Radiant, look here!
This is it! Hurricane!
Shockwave Blast!
Burning
Move!
Strike!
Escape!
Glacial
Dragon
Spear!
Swarm! Strike!
Freeze Lancer!
Inferno
Ah!
Crossing!
Ignite!
Glacial Spear!
Take this!
Pierce Eagle!
Water Snake, wait!
Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
You're on!
Explosive ray!
Make it rain!
I'm out of it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'm all stocked up!
Hurricane! I'm not
Here!
here!
Magic Exam!
Dragon Swarm!
Luna!
Here goes!
I'll smash you!
Flaming
Move!
Meteor!
Escape!
Searing Flame!
You're mine! Strike! I'm not done!
Annihilate!
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
Here's a healing
No
art!
further!
First aid!
This one's all mine!
Can't be interrupted!
Hurricane Strike! Gemini Aqua! Lightning Strike!
Blue escape! You're finished!
Let me help!
Vacuum blade!
Mega Ray!
Burn!
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Let me help! Inferno
Here's a healing art!
Take this!
First aid!
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane Strike!
Take
By
this!
the power of water!
Armor won't save you!
Prepare to be sealed!
Charming Flame of
Dragon!
Burning Flame!
I'm not done! Take this!
Holy
I'm
Land!
not... No further! Dragon Swarm!
Hey, Tiger Blade! A freezing storm! Raging Cascade! Ice Tornado!
Double Demon Fang!
Magic Exam!
Here! Here I come! I'm not done!
Holy Land!
The
I
flame
never
inside me
miss!
yearns to be let free!
Water!
Take
Hear my
this!
call!
Eat dirt!
Spread! Glacial Spear! Pierce
Here
Eagle!
I come! No escape!
Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing art!
Explosive ring!
First aid!
I owe you one! Vacuum blade!
Shining
Struck!
Take it!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll smash you!
Thunderblade! Radiant Eagle! Holy Land!
Vacuum blade!
Healing Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call!
Try this!
Spread! Healing Flame of Fury!
Dragon Swarm!
Strike! Shining
Vacuum blade!
Here, let me help!
You're mine!
First
I'm not the
aid!
flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn!
Power of water!
Take this!
Mega
No
Ray!
escape!
Will this help?
There! Dragon Swarm!
Healing
Slash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art!
Take this!
First aid!
Vacuum blade!
Lightning Condemn! None shall
Here I come!
Illuminate Magic Exam!
Try this!
Holy Land! Here's a healing art!
Ready and rarely!
Now!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind!
Denied!
I never miss! Sleep now!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Help from
Tiger Blade!
Confiscate!
I'm not done! You picked the wrong
Healing
fight!
Circle!
Thanks.
This one's
Dragon
mine!
Swarm!
Water! Hear my call!
Try this!
Thanks, Shion.
Red!
Explosive ring!
Prepare to be
Fury!
sealed.
Burning
Strike!
strike!
Water!
Razor
Hear my
Cycle!
call! Inferno crossing! Take this! This
Blah,
one's
blah,
mine!
blah. Holy Lance!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Vacuum blades!
I owe you one for that.
Dragon swarm!
Burning strike! Hear my call! Illuminate
too much.
Laser fire!
You're mine!
Fury!
There!
Do it!
More! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Alright. Nice. The evasive what?
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh rending cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Okay. $45. That took me 45 minutes. Well, F minus, yeah, minus 5 minutes, 40 minutes to do all of that training. Okay, let's see if I can do this quest. Okay, let's see if I can do this quest. I know there's a quest to carry a rare book for Renwell.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Good grief. Hey! Whoa!
Huh? Well...
Huh?
Yeah.
I guess...
Huh?
Got it.
Thanks.
Okay. No. I'll continue that question later. Alright, talk to me.
Oh? Yeah.
Skip.
You got it.
Yep, no worries. I will find you them books. Yes.
I hate that woman.
What?
She was a handful, wasn't she?
What's wrong with being passionate? Not to mention, she was kind of cute.
Of course that's why you like her.
Oh, someone jealous. Okay, show the secret of the stars. Wait, so I have to equip it? Hey, I have the book. Show it on me.
Well... yeah.
Yay, happy bottle. Nice.
I don't think I'll ever quite warm up to her. But I can respect her passion for books.
Wow.
You've got a good sense for people, don't you, Dohalim?
You honor me with your kind words.
I think I have to craft other books. So she says. Nice. Do you have any books for her?
That can't be. No.
Hey!
What? Give me water type weapon, already night mode.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
That's so weird. Talk to me. Nice. one, right? Wait, can I check? Okay, water light in the first book. Oops, I made him to equip it. The radiant light? It appears that I can't create the book. I'm missing one book. Okay.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Oh. Stab boost upon defeating enemies. That's gonna be great, but not for the bosses. This is gonna be a great item, but not for bosses. Then I had one that increases my CP. Damn, wait, what? I have no idea if I do this one or not. If stab boost upon enemy defeat, that would be great, but at the same time it would be awful doing the boss fights. I can change it up doing the boss stuff, but I'm gonna forget anyway, so I'm not gonna use the damage and get over there.
I'd like to check their wares, if you don't mind.
There we go. What else do I have to do? Yeah, but I have the staff. What? What? Never mind. I think I'm good. Okay. I wasted an hour doing nothing. We're gonna teleport here. No, we're gonna have to go here.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancia's.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
I don't understand.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Oh.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
Yeah, that happened. He pushed her behind him. Yep, that happened. Who would have thought? We made it back.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
Okay, so water type arts will be effective against every little enemy here. Let's see. Do I have any water moves? Yes, I have. Yes, I do. What am I talking about? There we go, baby. Haha.
Get raring! Here I come! I'm not done!
Lightning orb!
Azure Storm!
It's a duel of the arts!
Vacuum blade! Strike!
Going in!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
You picked the wrong fight!
Magic is in!
Strike!
Photon
You want me? Looking fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
You fight better at a distance.
Whoa,
The
what?
further away, the better.
But
You
when
and I
did you
both.
say that?
Here I come! Strike! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Oh my god,
Phoenix
language.
Cyclone!
Oh my god. Because when did
Is
Kisara
every
say I
shield you
slice
own
some
that
ass,
big?
kid? What the
Here,
fuck?
you want to try holding it?
Ugh. How do you even walk with this thing?
Damn. Kisara, you absolute. Absolute what? Kisara's best girl is the anime. Yep, she said ass, so yes, that's girl.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. They're surrounding us. Annihilation.
Smash you!
Going in!
Lightning.
I'm not going!
Azure Storm. You have to aim for the right where you're on their back.
As impressive as always.
And here I hope they'll...
Flying free. Why can't they just sit still?
Gia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I'll bash in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Illuminate the dancer.
You picked the wrong fight!
Inferno crossing!
Annihilation.
Swallow blade!
Faceless darkness!
Take this!
Going in!
Annihilation.
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Going in!
Got it. Now's our chance.
Astral Arts?
That's my cue.
Shut.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning.
Inferno crossing!
Raging
This one's
storm.
mine!
Downfall. Huddle. Photon corruption.
Igneous
It's all
Blast!
mine!
Holy land. Back into the
Ground and
No
power!
escape! You're finished!
Make it break!
All yours, Kisara.
Nice.
Wow, look what I just found.
Looks like some solid equipment.
There you go. Oh, what?
Huh.
He gonna grow vines. I know what he gonna do.
An opponent like this should be easy. Not today!
Hurricane strike!
Reload! Raging
I'm not
cascade.
done.
None shall escape my judgment.
The earth throbs in pain.
Take cover when it calls up! Hurricane
Hey,
strike!
you all tucked away.
It's go time!
This one's mine! Far enough!
Oh, magic is there.
Its armor's too strong!
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
Ammo, wasn't weak.
I'll smash you!
Mega ray. Annihilation. Heal force.
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Holy quiver.
Hurricane
Hurricane
Blast! My turn!
Holy lancer.
No escape!
Glacial
It's
fire!
over!
Radiant pierce. Wind
Hurricane
astral
The
energy.
flame inside
lightning,
me yearns
strike.
to be let
Do it,
free!
do it.
Holy land. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Good to know my training is paying off.
Golden vine. Yep.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Damn. You're gonna have free food forever. Kisara knew what to think about it. Kisara, best girl.
That's far enough!
Azure Storm!
Hear my call. Not on my watch.
Get behind me!
You're mine!
Ready and raring!
Inferno
Azure Storm!
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
We got fire!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
Oh my god, Kisara, the best person ever. I wish it was.
Little help!
Azure Storm!
Radiant look
Here, far enough!
Raging storm!
Azure Storm!
If I would have the chance to cosplay characters, this game would be Kisara.
Frozen!
Hammer!
Because she's awesome.
Nicely done!
My turn! All thanks to you!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to
won't
stay on
save
your
you.
good side.
Holy Land!
Dragon Storm!
Tempest Whirl!
Piercing roar!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
My face is starting to sting. And my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. I bet you're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
I like Elfin. Oh wait, no, you don't need water. You're hungry.
Ready and ready!
Take it!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Are those rocks at skin?
There you go! Don't let up!
aim for the weak spot.
Sealed! Lunar corruption!
Now you see what I can do!
Gemini Aqua!
There!
Lightning strike!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
I'm rich.
I won't forgive you!
Azure Storm!
You don't mind if I do!
Ah! Burn in hell!
Hurricane strike!
Here I come!
In here!
No escape!
If it cools up, time to get out of the way!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Glacial spear.
Now!
Pierce
Take
evil!
this!
Illuminate the
far
dark!
enough!
Come forth! Arc seal! Freeze lantern!
Take this!
Holy Land!
Double Demon Fang! No escape!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Here I come!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Now you see what I can do!
Take this!
Switch to offense!
Infernal Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
Tempest Whirl!
Now! Look sharp!
It's just kind of what I'm beating shit out of these animals. Why?
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Oh my god, so many.
That's far enough!
Light not in your dreams!
Look sharp!
Vacuum Blaze! Eat dirt!
Reload!
You're mine!
Hear me!
The bigger they are, the harder they fall!
Hear my call!
Vacuum Blade!
Come ready and ready!
The weak point!
Glacial spear!
Lightning strike!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
This one's mine! Now! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
This one's all mine!
Not by
Leave
a
the
long
enemy's
shot.
arcs to me!
No complaints here!
Hurricane strike!
Light not
Ready and ready.
hit the Spear!
No
Here,
escape!
evil!
Ignite!
Hurricane!
I'm not done!
Going in.
Strike!
Do it!
We turn the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Arrow Squall!
I'm not... I'm not done! Double Demon Fang!
Lunar Blast! Back into the
The
fray!
flame inside me
Annihilation!
yearns to be let
Searing
free!
Flame!
Armor won't save you!
Hear me! Flame of
Your
Fire!
mind! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
With this, I can become even stronger!
An opponent like this should be easy. Burn!
Searing
Take
Flame!
this!
Glacial Spear!
Can't get
Pierce
out of
evil!
this!
Illuminate the
Strike!
Tundra! Freeze Glimmer! Glimmer! Holy
Vacuum
Wind!
Blade!
Annihilation!
Lava Blade!
Mega
I'm
Ray!
not done!
Pierce
Dragon
Roar!
Swarm! Try this!
Thunder Field!
Explosive Ring!
Meteor!
Take this!
Lava
I'm not
Blast!
done!
Air
Armor
Thrust!
won't save you!
Photon
Here I go!
Blast! Air Thrust!
I thought you more defensively minded.
Defense via threat elimination.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Any chance we could make the next time a little bit warmer?
Does it look like it comes with a thermostat?
Yeah, if only I were a cat.
You got company!
Azure Storm!
Not on my watch! Hold on to your art! Here I come!
Lightning strike!
Vanquish
It's
darkness!
on! I'm not... Azure Storm!
Divine strength!
You're
I can do
mine!
this all day!
I'm not prepared to
Here!
be sealed!
Do it!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah!
No.
Nice technique!
Hurricane Thrust!
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training, though.
That's what I like to hear.
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
Didn't even break a sweat.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law.
Little help!
Right here! I got it!
Thunder Field! Raging Cascade!
Infernal Turret!
Air Thrust! Light Astral
Here I
Energy!
come! Dragon Swarm!
Get out of there with the others!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Water!
Hear my charge! Here I
Dragon
come!
Swarm!
This make it break!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah!
Now!
Nice technique!
Strike!
Water
Rising
Snake!
Falcon! I'm not done!
Tiger Blade!
the
Strike!
power.
You're finished!
Annihilation.
The flame inside me yearns to be let
Now
free!
you've gone and ticked me off.
Here I
Arrow
come!
squall.
This one's mine.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Not a chance!
Freezing
Hurricane
storm.
strike. This one's
Here I
mine.
come! Vacuum blade!
Divine streak.
Don't get complacent.
Fuck, I didn't run.
Out of my way.
Azure Storm!
Great. Don't mind if I do.
Burn it hell!
Hurricane strike.
Lightning
strike.
All right.
Azure Storm!
Do
We
it.
did it!
As impressive as always.
Come on!
Annihilation.
Aim for their weak spot!
Lightning strike.
I'm not done!
Hurricane strike. Lightning strike.
Now you see what I can do!
None shall escape my
Megasonic drop!
judgment. Go get Raging Cascade.
Azure Storm!
Ray.
You're mine!
Magic
Make it
is
break.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Oh, okay, I could create a. Okay. Okay. Fuck.
I'll do my best.
Vacuum blade!
In a bind?
Heads up!
The water. Blah blah blah. Escape my. Go for the weak point. Going in.
I'm not...
Ready and raring!
Azure Storm!
Hurricane supernova.
Strike!
I'll smash you!
Raging cascade. Sleep
Azure
now.
Storm!
Do it.
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw! Not a chance!
Take it. Hurricane.
Here I come!
Raging Kazam.
Strike!
Holy land. Radiant
There!
Do it.
You're mine!
Shion.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
You were practically a blur.
Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team. Yeah.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily.
Ah, here we go, boss fight.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask?
Why
Of course I'm
attack?
scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Azure Storm!
Shield
You're
break!
mine!
Lightning
I'm not done!
Searing Thunderblade!
Lightning strike!
Magic!
My head's spinning,
You're
just
mine!
watch!
Come one, come all!
Hear me! Flame
You're
of
mine!
Fury! Strike!
Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call!
Azure Storm!
Hurricane strike!
It's over!
Lightning strike!
Burning strike!
Hurricane strike!
Tempest Swirl! Hit!
Here goes!
Here's another!
Azure Storm! You're mine!
I'm gone!
Strike! I'm not done!
Wow!
I can carve through
My
armor!
Magic Gazelle!
How about this? Hurricane
Take it!
strike!
There!
Lightning strike!
Got it!
Hurricane
Now the
strike!
chance!
You're mine! Strike! There!
Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
Dragon
Holy
Swarm!
crap! I'm out of ammo! Holy Lance!
Dazzling spin!
I'm not done! Azure Storm!
Lunar arc! Hurricane strike!
Steel Force! Lunar
Lightning
Blast!
strike!
There!
Hurricane strike!
Raging
You're
Storm!
mine! No escape!
Mega Ray! Photon Flux! Magic Gazelle!
Crescent moon!
Sleep
Do
well.
it! Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Now!
Gemini Aqua!
How about
Azure
this?
Storm!
Mega Ray! Flaming meteor!
Annihilate Thunder
Infernal
Field!
crossing! Let's keep us
Raging
pressure!
Cascade! Mega Ray!
Azure Storm!
Air Thrust! Photon Blast! Blah, blah, blah. Spread!
Dazzling spin!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Tiger blade!
escape!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Azure Storm!
Glacial Spear! Piercing Hit! Whirl! Freeze Lancer!
Azure Storm!
Glacial fire!
Raging Storm!
Hurricane strike!
Here comes! Ice
Azure
Tornado!
Storm!
Raging
Take it!
Storm!
No escape!
Time to shine!
Tunnel!
Amazing.
No escape!
Oh, fuck.
Sleep now. More
Azure
for the
Storm!
stockpile.
Flaming meteor!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Now you see what I can do!
Here I
Tiger
come!
blade!
Strike!
Hurricane
In
strike!
here. There you go. Don't let up.
Piercing roar!
Dragon
Soul!
Swarm!
Do it! Dohalim!
All yours, Kisara.
Finally.
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
One at a time.
Astral Art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Falcon!
Now for something special.
Why is it all the way up there? What the fuck?
Not in your dreams. Ready. None shall escape my
Oh my
judgment.
god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what the fuck is happening?
It's showtime. This is it.
Slash!
Raging
You're
Storm.
mine.
Storm flight now.
River!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Dance in the wind.
Hurricane strike!
Rising Falcon!
Lightning strike!
Azure Storm!
Oh.
Try harder!
Why are you just standing there?
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem. Raging cascade! Right in your dreams! Arch spear!
Lightning strike!
Firmament render!
I can carve through armor!
I'm out of ammo!
Arrow
this
storm!
gun spin?
Now for something
Crush! I'm not done!
Tiger blade!
Azure Storm!
photon blast!
Watch him on guard!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Don't mind if I do.
There!
Swallow Blade!
This. Searing
I'm not
flame!
done!
Reload!
Azure Storm!
None shall escape my
Hurricane
gaze!
Look
A
sharp!
banana, let's go!
Burn in hell!
Red!
I'm not done!
Magic
Where are
Where
you going?
Holy Land!
Lightning strike!
Hear me!
Where are
Fury!
Here, let me help!
This is looking good! Hold nothing back! Slash!
One more!
Coming through!
I need to reset.
Now!
Oh, it's unlocked.
Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you
Azure Storm!
I'm ready to go!
Healing
Take this!
lightning
And
orb!
just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Art expert coming through!
Fuck, I did it once.
The flame inside me yearns to be let go!
Here, let me help.
Azure Storm!
Here goes!
Okay, here I go!
Hey, one at a time!
Armor won't save you.
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
There! How's this? Lightning orb!
So how the fuck do I kill them up there?
I'll heal you all! Illuminate the dark!
Oh, there we go.
Healing circle! Holy
I
quiver!
owe you
Holy
one for
land!
that.
Here I come! Not a chance!
All right.
Ready!
Now, where was I?
Ready and raring!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just
Alphen!
watch and learn. That's enough! Go back down!
All right, that was easy.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
All right. Beyond the threshold. What?
I can feel my power growing!
All right. Damn it. We made it.
Hey, is that it over there?
Oh my god. How the fuck is the merchant here? How the hell are you here? Wait, why? No! Wait. Oh, I thought I... Oh, okay. I thought I created the other one. Okay. Fuck. Fine. Take this one. Oh, that's a cool looking book. Paralysis Stinger. I don't have that. The refined Petrampo. Okay. Okay.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
That's the ship. Woo! Just a new color of paint that will be good, man.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present.
For a new future.
I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child.
Oh,
Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Shion! Wait until the ship is ready for takeoff. Wait,
Man, I'm famished.
Ah! Update? There we go, update it. Yes. I've updated the title. Time to finish this, baby. What?
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Yes, I hope and I agree. Shion's kind of sus. But we just sleeping while sitting? What the fuck? Wait, how we sleep each time?
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Those are horrible sleeping postures. What the fuck? I agree with Rinwell, but what the hell is Kisara and Dainalim sleeping on? I don't understand why. Why sleep while sitting? What the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That that was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alphen?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
That was so beautiful. Let's finish this. We're gonna save the waifu. We're gonna save the main waifu. Whatever it takes. Oh, I have to talk to everybody now? There we go. All right.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
My heart.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Here's the thing. I think they're gonna die. Both of them are gonna sacrifice themselves. Like Shionne will do a sacrifice, but Alphen will come in, save Shionne, and then she will be like, "No, I don't want to die without you," and other stuff. And then both of them will die for Dana.
Everyone well rested?
Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
That's the rest again. I need to activate. We're gonna activate the.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
Oh.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Oh.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be honest, when I first saw Shionne in that dress, I
Quit it!
Oh.
was absolutely captivated.
All right, I think that's enough fun for one day.
I wanted to keep hearing more. What the fuck? Rinwell. Should I? 30 minutes by its less. I don't know how percentage it says, but oh no, it's better there so I can kill more thingy. Yeah.
This is perfect! I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
I've been thinking about what we discussed earlier. His reasons might not have been pure, but in the end, Dohalim still made Elda Menencia a place where Dahnans and Renans can coexist. I thought everyone would welcome that change, with open arms. I took pride in what we had without putting in the work to truly solidify it. After so much failure, do you think I even have the right to pursue my ideals?
It doesn't matter what I think. You've already found your answer, haven't you?
I know what I want to say, but I can't help but wonder if I'm being selfish.
Everybody makes mistakes in life, Kisara. Everybody. It's what you do afterwards that matters. But you already knew that, right?
Yeah. I won't look away from the world any longer. I'll do my best to confront reality, so that we don't lose anyone else, ever again. More to the point, Dohalim needs someone who can push him forward. I think we both get lost in our sorrow too easily when we focus on the past.
If we see that happening, we'll set him straight. Don't worry. We'll look out for both of you. I have to say, though, if you turned out this well modeling yourself after Miguel, he really must have been a great man.
What, you didn't believe me before? I'm pretty sure I've been going on about him since I joined up.
Yep.
If you need more convincing, I've got plenty more stories about him.
Alright, let's go.
Maybe another time.
You brother con. That's what she's the best.
Don't worry.
She's the best.
Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to sleep.
Ah! Why are you the best, Kisara? Hopefully she survives.
Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Items. I got 27 lemon gems. Okay, I'm good. Take off, baby. Let's go. The red woman. Woo!
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Alright.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dahna alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, look at that ship. Good as new. The music reminds me of the Back to the Future soundtrack for some reason.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Yeah, I feel like it's like Back to the Future inspired. Oh. Wait, don't tell me Kisara has this motion sickness. Please tell me she has motion sickness, please. Oh. Hey, this is the chamber that I'm in. I want to talk to those two. See, right there. Da, 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 da. It reminds me of the Back to the Future. Like Back to the Future theme song.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
Oh.
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And for all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
I mean, that was 300 years ago. What's gonna change? This is 300-year-old tech. Couldn't something go wrong? Also, the ship is way big on the outside but small on the inside. What the fuck is this?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Okay.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dahna.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Yes.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dahna, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Would it be animated? Please tell me it's animated. And not like game. It's game cutscene animated.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis' infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
Nah, you're good.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
I think I'm good. Damn, Ringo has 9 AG.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What the fuck? It's being destroyed. Lenek has been destroyed. Like the thing that happened 300 years ago.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Alright.
The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important it's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process? It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Oh my god, more cutscenes! What the fuck?
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor. I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renan vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Whoa, what? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's all been cutscenes after cutscene.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, Why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
What? Oh, this is a side quest. Okay. Okay, this is a side quest. Oh my god, should I if it's voice acted, I'll listen to it. If it's not, I'll just skip.
Yeah.
Alright.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Is it it? Oh my god, is it gonna take longer to beat? Oh my god, a lot of cutscene, a lot of talking.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
Yep.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
That was so funny. She tried to make a joke and it got out of hand.
Pardon me.
Alright, leave.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
I like how this game
Being
has
a
life
Danon
lessons.
doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
It's been an hour and we all just been doing cutscene after cutscene. Fucking hell.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Yes, finally, let's go. Don't give me another cutscene. Ah! How many more cutscenes?
Doe?
Uh-oh.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Damn.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh shit.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Damn. Well, what the fuck am I? How did I got here? Cutscenes after cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. When would I get to the final battle? When would I beat the shit of the red woman? Tofu.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Ah, fuck. We're being spied on.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
All right. This is not like a huge change. I'm not gonna buy them. I can create the guns. There we go.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Alright. Now we're gonna head to the dungeon, and then we're gonna fight the final boss, and then we're gonna fight another boss, and then we're gonna fight another boss, and then we're gonna fight another boss.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Lenny's fortified. Oh my god, they're heavier.
Well, so much. For them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Oh!
Look sharp! Its armor's too strong. Split it open!
Be like it.
The enemy wields armor.
We'll soon see about that.
No escape! Dragon Swarm!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
I can carve through armor!
Like steel? I'm not done! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Ring!
Illuminate the dark! Let me help forth! Holy Blade!
Listen!
Lightning
Take this!
Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Nice.
Holy Lance!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
That horn is in the way.
The Red One, the Sovereign, and Volron. We're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
I've come to kill.
I'll do my best!
Strike! You picked the wrong fight!
It's in the sky and mine! Raging
No
storm!
escape!
Going in! Escape my judgment!
Try this!
These ones can run rings around
Explosive
us!
ring!
Lightning meteor!
Vacuum blade!
Here goes!
You're finished!
Lightning meteor!
I'll
Smash you!
Here I come!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the bubbling to me!
I'm on the top!
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Wind astral energy! Big
My
break!
turn!
Far enough! There! Tunnel! Lightning!
Take this!
Hurricane strike!
Oh my god.
Hear my call! Hurricane laser spear!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Freeze lancer!
Dragon Swarm! Struck!
Dance in the wind!
You're mine!
In here! Searing flame!
You're mine!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike! I can do this all day! Look sharp!
Here I come! Dragon
I'll be
Swarm!
saving this one!
Shattering up pieces! Attack time!
By the power of water!
Explosive ring!
Hurricane strike! Lightning orb!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Oh, a bigger one. Wait, is it the man? The board? What the mantis did
An
I
opponent
thought?
like this should be easy.
Oh fuck.
Burn in hell! Here I come!
Hurricane!
No.
Take this!
Lightning
Dragon Swarm!
I think I'll pass on the handshake! Healing nothing gets by me! Freeze lancer! You get
Power blade! Try harder! Here I come!
Piercing roar!
Struck! Azure Storm! Try
I'll
harder!
stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Now! Here I come!
Hear my call!
Dragon
Meteor! Fled!
Try this!
Illuminate
Explosive ring!
Freeze Holy
This
Land!
one's all mine!
Grappling spin!
Can't get out of I have no limits! Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine! Vacuum Blade!
Escape my judgment! Thunderblade! Blaster magic!
Not
Here
today!
goes! Ray! Holy
Here I
Land!
come! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring!
Raging annihilation! Dazzling
Okay.
Sleep now! Hurricane strike!
I'm not done!
Lightning strike by the power of Raging
Try harder! My turn!
Here, let me lightning strike!
Dragon swarm!
Piercing roar!
Blah, blah, blah. That's
Nothing
here.
gets by
Double
me!
demon fang!
More for the stockpile.
No escape!
Ready and raring!
I'm not done!
You require a hand.
Is it electricity?
Lunar blast! I'm all
Double demon fang! This time!
my judgment!
Air thrust.
You're mine!
You get the gist.
Dragon swarm!
Great fire! Will this help?
Explosive ring!
Healing circle!
Here I go! There!
Thunderblade!
You're mine!
Steering holy star! Here's a healing arc! Flaming meteor!
Strike!
Inferno crossing! Look
Here I
out!
come! Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
We're still standing. Barely.
More of them.
Get lost!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Out of the way! I'm not done! Dragon swarm!
Where are you going?
You won't bow out now. Then you leave me no choice.
Report!
Save you! Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance!
Raging
Tear!
Inferno crossing! Healing circle! Smash to pieces!
Dragon swarm!
I owe you one of that!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Now!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trigger it.
Nice.
With this, I can become even stronger.
What the heck?
I'll do.
So it's lightning. Do I have plasma shock? Lightning thrust.
My best!
Now you'll learn! Try harder! My turn! Plasma! It's go time!
They really don't give up, do they?
You're mine!
Here, let me help!
Not today! You're mine!
Here! Time to shine! Gemini Aqua!
Plasma shock!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue.
Water!
Shut him down! Plasma shock!
The fuck?
Prepare to be sealed! Here I
This
come!
one's mine!
I'm not done!
Reload! Here's the dance!
Dragon swarm!
Make it rain!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Nice.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone
Oh
making
my
them
God.
stand?
Little help.
Plasma shock!
One more! Switch open!
Burn in hell!
One more!
Prepare to be sealed! Time to cross blades! It's over!
Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
How about this? Soaring red spear! Rising
Glacial...
What? I learned a new move and what's it here? Ah, here it is.
Vacuum blade! Here I come!
Piercing rail! Mega ray! Hurricane strike! Armor won't save you!
Plasma shock!
Here comes! A freezing
Here I come!
storm! Crescent moon!
Celestial Hunter.
Devastation! Rising fist piercing roar! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
Here goes! Photon Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Flaming meteor!
Blah, 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 magic! Sleep now. I'll be
Piercing roar!
Plasma shock!
Lightning! Here goes! Downfall! More with that
Here I
We
come!
don't need cascade!
Plasma shock!
Ground and pound!
Here I come! Tear! Searing Gale!
Take this!
I'll be saving this
Plasma
one!
shock!
Searing Flame! Dance to the
Take the
wind!
try harder!
Hurricane
Here I
here!
come!
I'll be saving this one! Blah, blah, blah!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
I owe you one for that.
Hurricane Thrust!
Tear! Go get blah, blah, blah!
Searing Gale!
Here!
Look sharp.
Plasma shock!
Damn it!
Here I You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane
You're mine!
Illuminate the fear!
Tear!
Holy Glimmer! Mega
Plasma
Ray!
shock!
Flag assault.
Annihilation!
Tear!
Flaming meteor.
Swallow Blade!
Entire
harder!
Light
Here I come!
Annihilation!
Going in.
Here I come!
Steel Sword! Firmament's Razor!
Oh, my head shield was...
Ready to go.
Take this! Strike!
Burning strike. Will this help?
Hold nothing back!
On guard.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial spear.
Here I come! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Everyone's still in one piece?
What's done here? Oh my god, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Time to kill.
Little help!
It's on!
On guard.
Light illuminate the dark!
Burn in hell!
Come forth! Holy Glimmer!
You're mine!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Flaming meteor.
Here I can't get out of this! Hurricane Thrust!
This one. Make it rain.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
My turn! Strike! Tear!
Annihilation! Lightning!
Plasma shock!
How about this?
Here I come!
Flaming
Flame
meteor.
inside me, yearning to be let free!
Raging Storm! Celestial Lunar Corruption!
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! Tear!
Look sharp.
Annihilation!
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Now! You're mine!
Water snake wing.
You're finished!
Raging Storm!
Rising Falcon!
Flag assault.
Dragon Swarm! No escape!
Now. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I can feel my power growing!
Alright, more killing.
I'll do my best.
You got
I can carve through armor!
Dragon Swarm!
Inferno Cross! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Strike! Plasma shock! You're mine! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! I'm not done!
Thunder saving this one!
Rising Falcon!
Support!
No escape!
More where that came from!
Try harder! My turn! No escape! You're finished!
Take this!
Do it.
Swallow
More.
Blade!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! Anything in armor is all mine!
Tear! Sparta!
Now. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
My turn!
I'm not done!
Can't get out of this!
Time to shine! Dragon Swarm! Lightning Meteor! Swallow Blade!
Now, Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Onward and upward.
Hey, I'm rich. Fuck.
Out of my way! I see one, eh? Hard hate! This one's mine!
Take down their defenses!
Bring it down!
Dragon Swarm!
Fire in the hole! I can carve through armor!
My shield, you're mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Now we're not You're finished!
Locked and loaded!
We're not finished!
Going in. Sleep now, not in your dreams.
You're mine!
I'm ready.
It's over!
Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
No
Don't escape my judgment.
This one's all mine!
More where that comes from. In here.
You're mine! Tear! Start that!
Do it! Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Now! You're mine!
Tear! Meteor!
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Glacial Spear!
Now!
Pierce
Here I come! I'm not done!
Champion Whirl! Freeze Lancer!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Alright then. How many floors do I have to beat?
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
You're being transported.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Boss battle, let's go!
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Tormented limbs.
What? I've never known Faria to control Toogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Toogles. Then we get some answers. You picked the wrong fight!
Appreciate the help.
No escape!
Hurricane Foot! Raging
I owe
Storm!
you one for that.
It's over!
Armor won't save you!
Here's another!
Here I come!
Spear! Pierce Eagle! Light Master! Magic is Blaze Lancer! Air Thrust!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Hurricane Foot!
Strata!
Radiant
Not
Pierce!
done.
Holy Land! Time to shock! Radiant Pierce!
Plasma shock!
Going in! Damn it! Out of
You're
arrows!
mine!
Look sharp!
Strike! It's on!
Inferno Thunderblade!
Appreciate down! You're
You're
on!
mine!
Piercing roar!
Strike!
Into the shadows!
Here I come!
Flaming meteor!
Eat dirt!
Shattering and pieces! Attack time! Burning
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane Blade! Pierce Evil! Strike!
Take this!
I can carve through...
Knock it into next week!
Okay, never mind.
You're finished!
More for the
You're
top,
mine!
and again!
Strike!
Firmament Render! By the power of water! Arrow Squall! Burning Strike!
Plasma shock!
There! Got
It's on!
Dazzling Spin! Tiger Blade! By the power of water!
Burn!
Hurricane Flight!
Take this!
Freezing
Strike!
Storm! Gale Force! Hurricane Flight! Magic is
You're
there!
mine!
Freeze Lancer!
You're mine!
Dazzling Spin!
Plasma
Photon Blast!
Here I come!
Take
Lightning! Downfall! Hurricane Flight!
Plasma shock!
Lightning Strike!
I'll smash you!
Now! Damn it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Raging Cascade!
Take this!
Look sharp!
Strike!
Repeat!
Plasma shock!
Flaming Meteor!
This one's all mine!
Inferno Blessing!
Fluid!
More with that Lunar Corruption! Photon Blast!
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone! Field! Field! Back into the floor for the stockpile! Lunar Corruption!
Try harder! Now! No escape!
Annihilation!
Burn in hell! Take this!
Illuminate the dark! Magic is
Got it.
now! Holy Land! Hurricane Flight!
Take this!
Healing Circle!
This one! Need to pull myself
Anything in
together.
armor is all mine!
Lightning Orb! Thanks so much again!
No further!
Magic is
You're mine!
there! Tiger Blade! Freeze Lancer! Inferno! Field! More for the
Plasma
stockpile!
shock!
Here
You're
I
mine!
go! House this!
Fluid! Okay!
One more! Here's evil! More where that came from! Freeze Lancer!
Plasma shock!
Hurricane Flight! Want them!
Searing Gale!
Their arts were interrupted!
To be let free!
Lightning Strike!
You're mine!
Hurricane
Plasma
Flight!
shock!
Raging Cascade! Please
Searing Gale!
Lunar Corruption!
Radiant Flare!
Lunar Blast!
It's time! I could do without this pain!
Here's our
I
thing!
owe you one!
Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind, not
It's
in your
on!
dreams! Hurricane Flight! I never miss! Vanquish!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Purge, Maleficent!
This works!
Eat dirt! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Going in! Igneous discharge!
Searing Gale!
I'll be saving you, Red!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Far enough!
First aid!
I owe you one.
Lightning condemned!
Try harder!
Thunderbolt!
My turn!
Freezing to handle!
Plasma shock!
Holy Land!
Going in!
Radiant
Plasma shock!
Charlotte is always down.
It's over!
Radiant Cascade!
Shattering!
In here!
Attack time! How about this?
Hurricane
Lightning condemned!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out.
And miss all the fun? No way.
Eat dirt!
Holy Land!
Guardian field!
Plasma shock!
Healing circle!
Do it!
Searing Gale! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
Oh,
I'm
everybody's
glad we
opening
could
up.
stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. And
Oh my god.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Another vision, let's go! Hello, this is frozen.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Oh shit!
that was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
Oh my god, so...
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
There was a cutscene I skipped. Oh no!
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens,
The only way is
I'm
forward.
determined to save Shion and Dana.
Let's go. Oh, here we go.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Alright, let's go.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Oh my god.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Before I enter over there, there's a secret chest around here somewhere. Ah, okay.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Not read it. No, no, no! I don't want to read. I'm looking for cutscenes.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Oh, another vision. Let's go.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
Damn.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. And made
I'm
me
not gonna
Iron
look at the
Mask.
fucking...
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. to remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
This was like a boss fight room.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant.
Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
Damn. Fucking damn.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
Oh my god, we got the outfit! Woo!
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen?
Yeah.
I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Latest maiden ability, alright. Oh. Was it this gun? Alright. Whoa, this is an awesome picture. Look at that.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Alright, here we go. Final door. Please.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Yes, I've been waiting for this for 2 hours now. Fucking hell. Ah, here we go. Finally. Ah, another cutscene.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
Look at those two behind them.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Oh, burn.
Shut up!
Damn, what a burn. I love Rinwell. I like Rimworm's new attitude change. What?
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
All once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
Yeah, because we said fucking talk.
That's what caused Lenegis' transformation. And the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion.
I already know they're gonna fucking form a sentient being
Regardless,
that's gonna kill us and we're gonna kill him.
We cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy.
Oh my god,
That
no
said,
spiritual speed.
We should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Right, then go over there and do it instead of talking to us. Oh wait,
He's
boss
not gonna
fight.
lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
They can be twins. Oh. Oh, a sexy monster anime girl? Ah, no, but fuck you.
What is this?
I thought it would be
Who the hell are they?
like Code
It
Vein.
can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Red Woman.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Okay, they're weak to electricity.
You require a hand.
You're mine!
Just when I where that came from.
Hey, what did she do? What did she do? They cut it out of CP? What the fuck?
You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant
You're
here!
mine!
Illuminate the
Blast
dark!
shock!
Out of arrow! Holy glimmer! Holy lens!
Searing gale!
Tiger blade!
Vacuum blade!
Going in.
Illuminate your evil! Come forward! Holy
Can't get out of this!
Holy lens!
Escape!
Firmament render! Here's a healing art!
You're mine!
First aid! Hurricane strike!
Strike!
In the left shadow! Big waterfall! Freeze! Where are you going?
Ignite! Take this! Take this!
Mega ray! More
I'm not
resistance
done!
tiles. Raging
Lightning
cascade!
shot!
Flaming meteor! Inferno
Water blade! Try this! Inferno torrent! Dragon swarm! Plasma shock!
More where that came from!
Searing gale!
Healing
Their arcs were interrupted.
Here's evil!
Slash!
Freeze!
You're mine!
Going in! Saving this one!
Plasma shock!
Shield and
Searing gale!
waterfall! In here!
Flaming meteor!
I'll be saving this one!
Only one save you!
can't get out of this!
Water snake blade! I'm knocked up!
Sleep now.
Tiger blade!
More for the
Take this!
Hurricane Spark! Tempest Wall! More where that came from!
Meteor!
Celestial Banner!
Inferno crossing!
Burn!
Cyclone!
Take this!
Flaming meteor!
You're finished!
what my art can do!
Strike! No escape!
Photon Blast! Magic Sail! I'm ready! Freeze Lancer! Blah, blah,
You're
blah!
mine!
In here! Spread! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Illuminate
Where
the
are you
dark!
going?
Lunar Arc! Holy
Blast
Land!
the shock!
I can do this all day! Lightning!
Searing Gale!
Radiant
time.
Here!
Plasma shock!
Out of arrow!
Can't get out of this!
Radiant Rail! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Holy Land!
Dragon Form!
Meteor!
Try this!
Fuck you know.
Pistol! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
I'll heal you all!
I'm not done!
Hurricane Healing Circle! Raging Storm! Ow!
Plasma
Lunar
shock!
Corruption! Raging Lunar Blast!
Take this! I'm not...
Armor won't save you!
Blah, blah, blah.
It's
Fire
over.
thrust. My astral energy. Blah, blah, blah. Virgo. Into the shadows.
Plasma shock! Take this!
Annihilation. Flaming
Plasma
meteor.
shock!
Primed and red. Inferno crossing.
You're mine!
Water. Where are you going?
You're mine! Strike! This one's all mine!
Lightning. Downfall.
Try harder! Now!
Mega ray. Firmament render.
Plasma shock!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to
This
accomplish
one's
it.
mine.
Resurrection.
You
Big
make
Wizard.
me angry. That was a bad idea.
Ignite!
Not on my watch. On guard.
Why did she do the thingy?
Inferno crossing.
Plasma shock!
Dazzling spin. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
Now you see what I can do!
Take
Holy
this!
Land. Thanks.
Ignite!
Shield and
You're
break.
mine!
The wind.
Plasma
Meteor.
shock!
Here. Inferno.
You're mine!
Stockpile.
Going in.
I'll heal you all.
Plasma shock!
Ditto ring. I can do this all day.
Plasma shock!
Purge Malevolence.
Piercing
Take this!
Waterfall. Freeze
Plasma
Land.
shock!
In a bind?
Inferno crossing.
Rising,
I'll
try
be saving
this!
this one.
Infernal turret!
I'm ready. More where that came from. Into the shadows. Think again.
Dazzling spin.
Ignite! You're
More where that came from.
Searing Gale!
Resurrection.
Shield and break.
Blah, 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 magic. Lunar
Take this!
Lightning strike.
Strike! Plasma shock!
Hear me, flame of sacred darkness. I never miss. On guard.
I can carve through armor!
Mega ray. By the
The
power
flame
of water.
inside me yearns to be let free!
Lightning.
You're mine!
Downfall.
Strike!
You require a hand.
Radiant love. Here. Hurricane Tempest Whirl.
Here I come!
Flame of fury.
Can't get out of this!
Glacial spear. Here they go.
Inferno.
Take this!
Going in.
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Here I go. My astral energy.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
No. This is phase 1 out of... I don't know.
Energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake! I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all.
We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Fuck.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Oh shit.
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Brennans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Alright. This is not the end that I was hoping for.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Oh my god, I cannot teleport. Oh, there's gonna be more cutscenes. Oh, I can leave it here, but I'm just gonna continue. So the game kind of made me walk all the way back. Why though? I can't believe I'm being fucking tortured to walk all the way back. What?
That's far enough!
This one's now you'll learn! You picked the wrong fight!
Let's go!
I'm not done!
Lightning orb! Burning strike!
Piercing
roar!
I won't show you any mercy!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Raging cascade!
Not a chance!
Hurricane foot!
In here!
Lightning strike!
I'll be saving this one!
I'm not
Piercing
done!
roar!
Not a
Make it
chance!
rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Well then, let's keep moving.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there. What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was.
Oh.
That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
Alright,
At
open.
ease. Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Talk about timing.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values. Resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Oh my god.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Kisara, the best waifu in this game. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm fucking tired. I spent 5 hours. I have sitting down, and a fucking bot talked to me. Oh my god. Okay, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Look at the crew, baby. Look at that. Look at them. They so fucking awesome. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you all probably on Monday or Tuesday, depending on what happens. Alright, bye bye.